mental unification. Just click OK there. Okay. Okay, so the 7 factors of enlightenment help us to develop samatha, which is tranquility, mental unification, inner peace, and samadhi, which culminates into a strong equanimity, which is the 7th factor of enlightenment. Now, these factors are for the purpose of acquiring insight and wisdom, ultimately known as vipassana. With the development of the 7 factors of enlightenment, we are aspiring to experience the enlightened mind of the Buddha and of his disciples, known as Dhammakaya. And Dhammakaya meditation is named after the Buddha's wisdom and after his enlightened mind, which is possible for us to train in this endeavor. So we start with training ourselves and in developing the 7 factors of enlightenment. Now, each factor of enlightenment can be considered on a scale of 1 to 10. 1 is that you have this factor underdeveloped. You have a little of it. Or if it's a 10, it's very well developed if you have been meditating regularly for years. So 1 is low and 10 is high. Now, usually we are somewhere in between 1 and 10, and we can also fluctuate. That number can fluctuate if you stop your meditation practice for a period of time or if you get distracted by life. So, however, you have the chance to grow the factors during a meditation retreat, and retreats are a special opportunity to practice. So the 7 factors start off as being listed as factors. So I'll just mention them. The first one is mindfulness. The second one is investigation of Dhamma. The third one is energy and effort. The fourth one is joy and rapture. The fifth one is relaxation and tranquility. The sixth one is samadhi and mental unification or concentration. And the last one is equanimity. So the factors start off as being listed as factors that are more coarse, and they progress into a more refined and peaceful nature. And they're listed this way on purpose. So as you grow your factors of enlightenment, your mind becomes more unified, more stable, steady, and peaceful. They are listed in a linear way, a list, but rather think of the factors like a circular feedback loop rather than just a linear process. Meaning, when you begin to experience moments or minutes of equanimity, the last factor, that then provides a feedback loop to strengthen the earlier factors that you've been working on. And all of the factors are supportive to one another once you start working on them. So when we develop the 7 factors of enlightenment, we are overcoming the 5 hindrances of the mind gradually. Hindrances get in the way. They prevent us from developing the factors. The 5 hindrances are desire, aversion, sloth and tiredness, restlessness, and doubt. We have to overcome the hindrances by letting them go and not feeding into them. Being mindful of our meditation object and the mantra helps us to gradually develop our mind in meditation and eventually overcome these hindrances. So now on to the first factor of enlightenment, which is mindfulness. The mind's natural tendency is to not be mindful because the mind likes to jump around. We call this the monkey mind. Just as a monkey swings from branch to branch, our mind constantly flickers from one thought to another thought. The mind sometimes resists being in the present moment, as the mind wants to move around. It wants to go outside of ourself and feed on objects out there in the world. But that's okay. The monkey mind is our training ground for spiritual awakening. We really have to learn how to be with ourselves and learn how to be with this monkey mind in meditation so we can wake up and become more spiritually enlightened. So mindfulness is listed as the first factor because it's the foundation to any spiritual practice. Mindfulness is the awareness that eventually recognizes the luminous and awakened mind once the hindrances are overcome. So again, I like to use this scale. Thinking of a scale of 1 to 10, 1 is weak and underdeveloped mindfulness. And if you're there, you'll need to apply some good effort to be mindful in the present moment. And 10 is effortless mindfulness. 1 is low and 10 is high. So as you move up the scale, the more mindfulness you have, the more stable and steady it becomes. Eventually, as your mindfulness gets well developed, it arises naturally and effortlessly. But we don't start there. We start with needing to apply effort to be mindful in the moment. So if you want, go ahead and type in the chat box a number between 1 and 10 as to how much mindfulness you think you have developed so far in your practice. You can go ahead and let us know if you would like to. This is voluntary if you wish to share with us. It's just helping you to kind of gauge your baseline at the start of this retreat. Like, where are you at right now? Great, thank you. Dave says 3, Barry says a 2, Willie's at 5, Ryan's at 5, Jerry 4, Ella 3, Robert's at a 5, a 3 for Yaz, a 2 for Kieran. So we can see that we are across the board here with our mindfulness, and that's fine. So the mind is like a stubborn bull when we are trying to train it. You need to coax a bull to get this animal inside its stable at nighttime. The mind is similar to a bull. You cannot force your mind, but rather you coax the mind in your practice. You're going to need to apply some attention and effort in order to develop mindfulness, especially if it's weaker right now. And I'm going to use this bowl as an example. Now, if this bowl was filled with water and I have a ping pong ball floating on top of the water here, and my task is to hold the ping pong ball down into the water. That's what I need to do. So I'm going to need to apply some effort to do that, but not too much, because if I do too much, the ball will come flying out of the bowl. It won't work. So too little or too much will not help me to achieve my goal. So that's the same with mindfulness. We're going to have to learn how to develop that right amount of effort. And we'll get into that factor when that comes up later. But we are developing mindfulness to transcend the 2 main habits of our mind. 1 is desire and wanting. And number 2 is aversion, which is not wanting. So desire is insatiable, meaning it can never be satisfied. The satisfaction is temporary. There's this constant push and pull on the mind. There's this pull of wanting to draw in things that we desire and we like. You know, I like this scent, I like this sound, this person, this idea. When we find things we like in the world, we want to pull it in closer to us. And on the flip side of that, when we don't like something, we don't like that sound, that taste, we don't like that idea, we want to push it away. There is a constant pull and push on the mind, and therefore no peace of mind. But during meditation, you learn to release these 2 habits of mind by staying with your object of meditation, and you will begin to experience inner peace. And by the time you have developed the last factor of equanimity, you have transcended these 2 habits of your mind. And Ryan and I will discuss that last factor tomorrow in detail. But we start with mindfulness. The definition of mindfulness is awareness of the present moment without resistance or agitation, and without craving or subtle clinging to anything. It's just a peaceful acceptance of what is unfolding in this moment. Now, in the Ratana Sutta, which is the jewel discourse of the Pali Canon, which are the authoritative scriptures of Theravadan Buddhism, the Buddha is referred to as calm, collected, and realized. The Buddha says that peacefulness is the highest happiness in this world. And mindfulness is not just paying attention to things. It's not just awareness, because a thief or an assassin pays very close attention. But mindfulness on the spiritual path involves right mindfulness, samasati. Sama meaning right, and sati meaning mindfulness. The thief who is very focused on his goal has miccha sati, wrong mindfulness. His actions and behavior isn't going to help him achieve inner peace or spiritual awakening. So samasati, right mindfulness, means paying attention to things in a certain way to decrease your suffering and to increase your inner peace. It also involves developing skillful means or skillful ways of being that are supportive to you, and also learning to let go, setting down those unskillful ways of being that are not helpful to you, meaning they increase your suffering in a situation. So, for example, getting upset with your boss or a new work policy isn't going to help your state of mind. You learn to let go of feeling upset or angry because it doesn't help you. You want to get into a more clear, stable state of clarity in order to deal with life's challenges. So those feelings, can be dealt with either skillfully or unskillfully. So we're leaning towards skillful. We want to decrease our suffering and struggling in a situation. Right mindfulness, therefore, is an active process. It's not passive. It's fundamental to the spiritual path. And without mindfulness, we are not on a spiritual path. We're just getting pushed and pulled by our thoughts and emotions, like a buoy in the ocean, just getting knocked around back and forth. And so without mindfulness, that is how things can be experienced in this life. But we are developing mindfulness, can be practiced in two ways, formally and informally. Informal mindfulness practice is utilized and developed throughout your day and developed outside of your formal sitting meditation. It's really our goal to practice this when we can. And so you practice being mindful in your environment using your five senses: sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. So when you are walking from your car into your office, okay, we probably don't do that so much anymore because of COVID. But when you are walking from your living room to your kitchen, let's say, what are you really doing? Are you really present to the activity of walking, or are you lost in a train of thought? So when you are looking at something, when you get into the kitchen, are you really looking? Are you really noticing the details? Did you pay attention when you were walking? What colors did you see? What shapes did you see? See, there's a lot we miss out on in life because we're not paying attention. And so doing mindfulness is going to give that richness, that joy to showing up to the beautiful things of our daily experience, often just ordinary things. So when you're showering, you start really feeling the water drops touching your skin rather than being lost in a storyline about your day. It's the same with hearing, smelling, tasting, and so on. So the practice of mindfulness also involves memory. We have to remember to bring our attention to the present moment. It doesn't just happen automatically. Mindfulness is an active remembering to bring your mind back to the here and now. And at another level of practice, mindfulness in daily life is the ability to recall and implement skillful means. For example, you have to remember to let go of frustration or some kind of reactivity you might be having in response to what's taking place in the present moment. You practice pausing, breathing, recalling your object of mindfulness, reciting the mantra. So mindfulness is awareness and a discriminatory faculty. It's not just awareness. It's quite an active process to help us awaken and wake up out of the dream of our thoughts. So you can utilize the stop practice. This is an informal mindfulness practice. We're doing this because in our daily life, we want to practice inserting the pause in the moment. So if you're feeling reactive or you're feeling lost in a storyline, just stop what you're doing and take some slow, deep breaths. Inhaling fully, exhaling slowly. You're dropping your awareness into the center of your body. You can observe the object of meditation at your center. You might choose to recite the mantra at that moment to help you come back to the present moment. And then once you've inserted that gap or that pause, so you can be mindful in the moment, you are going to remember what's helpful for you to do in that moment. And it might be dropping the storyline, dropping the irritation, and focusing in the moment so you can show up and do your best. Do your best, meaning take actions, speak words in your environment, all of these things that are supportive to your spiritual awakening. So formal mindfulness is practiced during our formal sitting quiet session of meditation. And we should be meditating every day, perhaps twice a day, but at least once a day. And if you are new to meditation, just start off with a simple 10 minutes of meditation every day. And you do that for the first week, and then the second week, it's 15 minutes. The third week, it's 20 minutes, and you gradually build from there. So during formal quiet sitting meditation, we are going to be gathering and collecting our full attention and awareness at the center of our body, located 2 finger widths above the navel. We then choose an object of meditation. We're choosing a lokasana in Pali. It's a perception of light. We're meditating on a light image. So we can choose the sun, a star, a luminous, cool, full moon, or a crystal ball. The crystal ball symbolizes the Buddha's enlightened and awakened mind in this practice. And if you struggle to think of or imagine an image, you can just settle your mind with the breath. The main point here is to just be comfortable. You need that comfort and relaxation and awareness. The concentration on the object cannot be forced. It should not be like that. It should be a relaxed, aware state. And when your mind gets hijacked by thoughts in your meditation, you'll need to utilize the mantra in order to bring your mind back to the object of meditation and back to the present moment. And the mantra is Sama Arahang. That's what it sounds like. Sama Arahang. Sama Arahang. You can hear like that vibration. You can feel it vibrating in your body. It means the highest state that humans can achieve. It's the mind of the Arahant. It's the mind of the enlightened Buddha. And if Sama Arahang doesn't work for you, or you already have a different mantra like Buddho or a different word, any positive word is suitable for your mantra. It doesn't necessarily have to be Sama Arahang, but that is what we're going to be utilizing in our guided practice. So you keep your attention with the object of meditation. It's kind of like the awareness of the meditation object then becomes in the foreground. See, I actually have this moon ball that I use sometimes with the meditation. And so your object of meditation, this light image, becomes in the foreground of your meditation, and the thoughts and emotions fall into the background. That's kind of how it's experienced, because the thoughts are going to try to push their way up to the foreground. And so it takes a lot of patience to bring up recalling the object of meditation again and again as continuously as we can. And the goal is to stay continuous without interruption on your object of meditation during the session and on your senses outside of meditation, the best that you can. And that is the way we get onto our path of developing mindfulness. It takes a lot of patience and a lot of letting go to develop the first factor of enlightenment. And patience is a very high virtue in Buddhism, and it's very much needed as we begin working with our own mind and developing these factors, and especially mindfulness. So why practice mindfulness? We practice mindfulness to take a break from our incessant thinking. Thoughts are highly repetitive in our mind. There's a statistic that 95% of our thoughts are repetitive. We've had these thoughts before. They repeat. They are often not new or fresh thoughts. So these thoughts are repetitive programs that are running over and over again in our mind. And so we want to practice letting them go, putting them down, putting down a burden. And we develop mindfulness so we're not getting pushed around by them. Mindfulness is the guard for the mind, much like guards will guard, like a walled city back in the day. And the guards decide who gets in and who doesn't. So your mind can decide what thoughts, emotions, memories are allowed in or get sent away and banished from your mind. So mindful awareness and effort allows the wholesome mental states we want to bring them in, which is mindfulness is a wholesome mental state, and relaxation, loving kindness, compassion. And the hindrances like anger, greed, sloth, agitation, doubt, we don't want to let them in. Sometimes they push their way in anyway. They're like thieves that steal our happiness. But we're not going to give the thief too much attention. We're just going to stay centered and focused, and it will go. That's how we send it away. We let it go. So this is a process of freeing your mind from unwholesome mental states. So your mind is like a house. You can choose who you allow to enter in once your mindfulness gets strong and stable and steady. And you choose who gets allowed into your house and who can stay for a while and who's not allowed in. Or if they get in, they need to be sent out. So a little later today, Ryan will be teaching mindful walking. I'll be guiding the mindful eating so you can have some more experience of mindfulness outside of formal sitting meditation practice. But now I'm going to turn the discussion over to Ryan.
Thank you, Don. So with the mindfulness factor really being the base, everyone can apply this now. Before we get into specifics of the technique, just begin to be aware now, or be attentive and noticing now to the best that you can. You'll see that it's very much like this. You'll be present, you'll be in this knowing, in this awareness for, I don't know, 30 more seconds or a couple minutes, and then your mind will wander. And at some point, you'll realize that your mind has wandered, and you can see that as the return of mindfulness. When you've recognized that your mind has wandered away from the present moment, it's become unaware again. Um, by the virtue of knowing that, you have actually become aware again. So uh, this wandering, this wandering aspect of this wandering nature of the mind is really um, really what the meditator is attempting to calm, to reduce it. So our suffering primarily is narrative based. It's dependent on the stories that we tell ourselves. And when you begin to notice how your mind is moving and what your mind is doing through mindfulness and through this kind of observation, you'll see that the narratives and the attachments that cause affliction are almost always only arising in moments of distraction. Your mind wanders and it spins into these, can start to spin these stories, and you'll begin to experience affliction. But mindfulness also is really a guard. Yeah, and Don had touched on this. When you have this guard established of supporting and nourishing wholesome qualities of mind, and being on watch for unwholesome qualities of mind, unwholesome states, a purity begins to arise in the mind and a power begins to accumulate. It's like the steam starts to build up. And when that steam and power, enough steam and power is introduced into the system, the factor of investigation of states, investigation of Dhamma arises. So this is the second enlightenment factor. With the power that opens and develops through mindfulness, you're then able to discern. So the second factor of awakening is called discernment, analysis, investigation. It refers to investigation of states, but also refers to investigation and analysis of the Dhamma, or the Buddha's teachings themselves. So I'll get into these two different forms of investigation, these two different forms of analysis. The first, in regards to investigation of Dhamma, this is referring to investigation of the Four Noble Truths and discernment of the Four Noble Truths. The first truth is the truth of suffering. Life is suffering. The second truth is the cause of suffering, which is craving. Craving is the house builder. It is uh, the hub of the wheel of samsara. And craving has its specific uh, constituents and specific forms and its specific conditions, which is primarily ignorance. So we have um, a misperception of this separate identity of a self, and based on this separate identity and self, we generate intentions and determinations which accumulate karma. And that karma based on ignorance is what perpetuates the cycle of existence, is what perpetuates the suffering in this incarnation and in every incarnation. Based on the misperceptions, we give rise to the cravings. So the entire model of Buddhism is that by dispelling ignorance with wisdom, we're able to overcome that misperception and cease the formation of cease giving rise to karmic formations, cease giving rise to determinations that are based on delusion and ignorance, and thus free ourselves from the wheel. You can just imagine for a moment what your life would be like if your sense of a personal separate identity was just deleted from your consciousness, right? Because everything that we do is for this. So much of what we do is for this personal I, this personal me. And based on that, based on this defense, support, uh, sustainment of this I, the wheel of suffering is created. So the third noble truth is that there is an end to suffering, and that end is nibbana, nirvana, enlightenment. So Buddhism purports that there actually is a transcendence. There actually is a way out of suffering. There is a way to end the cycle of craving. There is a way to end clinging and by proxy end rebirth. That that end goal of Buddhism is may be defined differently depending on the tradition. In the Dhammakaya tradition, it's regarded as an actual state. It's regarded as an actual dimension, um, a purified, completely purified mind that has been freed from the taints or from the defilements. Um, Different sects, even within Theravada, have some nuances in regards to uh, the specifics of nibbana and interpretations of it. But generally, you can regard it as the end of suffering. And that's exactly how the Buddha explained it. The Buddha said, I only teach two things: suffering and its end. So the fourth noble truth is the path to the cessation of suffering. And that is the Eight Noble Path with its constituent factors, starting with right view, right effort, right livelihood, up until right mindfulness and right collectedness of mind, also referred to as concentration. It's the uh, development of the Eightfold Path and the seven factors of enlightenment that allow it to be possible to discern and penetrate the third noble truth of awakening, of realizing nibbana, the end of suffering. Investigation of states also refers to investigation of the five aggregates. So that means investigation of the constituents of experience. What we consider a being or what we consider a life or a consciousness to be is actually um, a grouping of particular factors or a grouping of particular constituents. So the five aggregates in the Pali word is translated to the word, I think directly translated to the word heap. So the five heaps. The five aggregates are form. So this is referring to the physical body. The second aggregate is um, drawing a blank here. One moment. Yeah, the first aggregate is form. The second aggregate is Don. Can you help me here?
I think it's feeling,
Yeah,
Vedana.
and feeling exactly.
Form, feeling. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Form, feeling, perception,
Yes.
mental formations, and consciousness. So, in other words, your field of experience could be divided into specific constituents, into specific parts, like intention, attention. These are all related to the mental formation aggregate. The fact that you're able to recognize objects and know what you're looking at, that's related to the perception aggregate, and memory is related is that as well. The physical body and the feelings within the physical body, unpleasant and pleasant sensations, that's referring to form and the feeling aggregate. The uh, five hindrances and the factors of awakening, those are related to the mental formations aggregate. So whatever is happening in meditation and in life always can be regarded as uh, these specific states, these specific experiences. So suffering is actually defined not as the states themselves, not as the constituents of experience themselves, but as clinging to what arises. The five aggregates with clinging are dukkha, are suffering. Because a Buddha or an Arahant doesn't cling, but their five aggregates remain. They have seeing, they have hearing, they have tasting, they have touching, they have thought, they have memory, they have perception, they have intention, they have attention, they have feeling, they have sensation. But what is the difference between uh, a person at the end goal of Buddhism and a person who is at the start? The difference is the degree and the existence of clinging. Really, you can see the uh, path of uh, of practice as a practitioner. One moment, sorry, everyone. The progression of a practitioner is really it's just it's a direct relationship with the amount of clinging and attachment that's there. How the degree to which you cling to the five aggregates, the degree to which you cling to your body, to your thoughts, to the narrative, to identity, to feeling, to sensation, to memory. The degree to which you cling to what arises uh, is the degree to which you'll suffer. So really, the whole path of meditation is just one big unfolding and just one unfolding, letting go. And that letting go may take a short period of time or a long period of time. It may happen in one retreat, or it may take 100 retreats. We don't know. It may take one lifetime, may take a countless number of lifetimes. It just depends on how willing, how much willingness there is to surrender, and how much willingness there is to see things as they are. And important, the critical aspect here of investigation of states also is the investigation, seeing the three characteristics in what arises. So the three characteristics are suffering, impermanence, and non-self, or not, or no self. So dukkha, anicca, and anatta. It's to see clearly that what arises and what is being felt is liable to suffering. is to see very clearly that what arises and what is being thought or experienced is not constant, has never been constant, will never be constant. There is no constancy anywhere. An interesting point to consider with the seven factors of awakening is that all the factors themselves are impermanent. Mindfulness increases or decreases. Your capacity for investigations of states increases or decreases. Your level of effort or persistence that is being applied increases or decreases. Your level of energy increases or decreases. Your level of rapture, joy increases or decreases. And your level of equanimity increases or decreases. Even when you get to the further end of the spectrum, where you're at 10 on many of these factors, it's just 10 in relation to the 0 that you started in. There's not really the seven factors are in a way also like the four immeasurables. They don't have set endpoints. So why is this whole three characteristics thing important, and how are you really gonna apply what's being shared here? It's like, do I work on one factor? Do I work on this factor? Should I focus more on mindfulness, or should I focus more on investigation of states? See this as like you're getting an introduction to each of these factors, and you can use an intuitive sense to see how you want to work with these over the next 2 days, because you can just stay at the center of the body and continue to be aware and mindful and really take a back seat and just allow this to unfold. And you can notice the factors when they arise. That's one way of approaching this. Another way is that you feel drawn to a specific factor and you say, hey, I actually need quite a bit more equanimity. And so you begin to direct your attention at that. So we'll be getting into that as well. What nourishes factors, what diminishes factors. With investigation of states, seeing investigation of Dhamma, seeing the three characteristics means it's not like you put these glasses on that are the suffering glasses, right? You don't put on these suffering glasses and then everything that you look at through the lens of those glasses. You don't necessarily put on the glasses of impermanence and begin to see everything in that way. That's a bit constructed, right? What you can do is just notice what is happening and see that as a result of that noticing, there's a specific understanding that begins to arise. You know, discerning states is not attempting to condition the mind necessarily to see things in a sufferable way. And by that I mean like this: you don't walk around saying that animal is suffering, I am suffering, that tree is suffering, I'm suffering, this thought is suffering, this feeling is suffering, this emotion is suffering, that dream is suffering. That's not how you do this. What you do is you apply your attention to what is arising. So let's see an unpleasant sensation arises. You tune and you notice the sufferable nature of that unpleasant sensation. Let's say a pleasant sensation arises or a pleasant feeling arises. You notice the sufferable nature of the fact that you want it to continue and you don't want it to stop. You notice that there's suffering inherent in clinging, in wanting things to persist. That opens what? The next door, which is impermanence. an experience in meditation, um, and over the next 2 days, you can notice, for example, how when your meditation is good, there's a subtle craving uh, for it to not back. There's a subtle craving for it to remain so, and to be aware of that craving. There's a subtle craving that your mind has to sustain, experience more pleasurable states, and to push away negative, unpleasant, undesirable states. And by these two opposing poles of craving and aversion, your whole life turns. This whole polar movement is really the human condition. Some of you have heard me before say it like this, which can sound intense or negative. You have some experiences, and based on those experiences, you feel certain things. And based on those things you feel, you think certain things. And based on those things that you think, you do certain things and you have other experiences. And based on that doing and those experiences, you feel more things. And you feel more things, and then you think more things. And then you think more things, and you do more things, and you feel more things. And you think more things, and you do more things, and then you die. That's your life. That's your whole life. Your whole life. For many people, our whole life is reactivity. It's just this happened, now I do that. This happened, now I feel that, so I do that. Craving aversion cuts you down to the bone and robs us of wisdom, robs us of freedom. So the 7 factors are these qualities that allow us to release and abandon clinging, craving, aversion. Because the question is, how do I let go? Right? How do I stop? It's like, I get what you're saying, this whole thing with clinging, craving. I get it. It all makes sense. But how do I stop clinging and craving? Meditation, mindfulness, investigation of states, rapture, persistence, effort, tranquility, equanimity, the Eightfold Path. That's how you stop clinging. So if the question after all this time has been, I still don't know how to stop, it's not that there's something wrong about the teachings, and it's not even that there's something wrong with you as a practitioner, but if you're not looking in the right place, you don't know how to stop. Why is investigation of states so important? It's because when you see suffering in experience, when you see impermanence in experience, when you see anatta or no self, corelessness, when you see that in experience, you let go of craving for experience. When you let go of craving for experience, your mind is freed. It's only when you're holding on to something that you're bound, right? Like, all of us have been through the different stages of life. We've all gone through many experiences, and we've matured out of certain things. Maybe when you were 20, you had a certain attachment to money, or to a specific kind of partner, or to a specific kind of vocation. You had a dream or a vision of what you wanted for your life. And some of us, you achieved that vision, or you entered that vision, you built that life for yourself, and it was fine, you're happy. Others got exactly everything that they wanted and still realize it's not enough. It's just not. It's just not. It's just not. It's not enough. Why is it not enough? It's not enough because of craving. It's not enough because we don't actually see things as they are. We don't actually see things as impermanent. We see them as permanent. We don't actually see things as suffering. We see pain as bliss. I mean, some of us are masochists. We actually like pain. We like mistreatment. And we see things that are purely constituents of experience, and we regard them as me. Happiness, joy, um, people, ideas, views. There's a very important aspect of Buddhism that addresses this whole notion of views. That views, beliefs, convictions in of themselves act as conditions for rebirth, act as conditions for suffering. To hold specific ideas about, to have specific convictions about what we are and what reality is, conditions consciousness and can condition it in a way that produces more suffering or alleviates suffering. So, um, final couple points here on, or final point here on investigation of states. Like, how do we, what's a way to apply this? The next 2 days, if you were gonna decide, hey, I actually think this three characteristics thing is important, I should look into that. How would I see that? And what's a very accessible way? The most accessible way to do investigation of states is to contemplate impermanence. Because suffering, you're not always suffering, right? And then anatta is more elusive. It's like, yeah, I get what you're saying, but I definitely feel like a self. So, but impermanence is constant. You can see that your mind wanders. That means that mindfulness is not permanent. Your attention moves. That means that attention is not this stable monolith. You see that in meditation, in some parts of the session, you feel more clear. In other parts of the session, you don't. In some parts of the session, tranquility is really strong. In other parts, it's not. So if you were to pick impermanence, um, that's how, this is a way that you would do it. You would just begin to see the changing nature of what arises, begin to see the changing nature of feeling, the changing nature of bodily sensation, the changing nature of thought. And the idea is that when you see impermanence enough, this uh, in the commentaries they call this desire for deliverance. When you start to see impermanence enough, it can lead you to it can lead you to understanding very clearly the first noble truth of suffering, and it can lead you to also see the third characteristic of no self or corelessness. You find that nothing actually has an essence. It's all stuff that can be picked apart and divided up, broken down into smaller constituents and units. So in a way, um, with our spiritual practice, often we're looking for a ground. We're trying to find some ground, some like place to land. And in a way, we can see that nibbana and the end of craving, while it may not be this um, while it may not be this transcendent or permanent landing place initially in our practice, it's something that we can begin to orient towards. And when we regard um, nibbana, or keeping nibbana in mind, keeping release in mind, it can orient it can orient the way that we're looking at things. So like seeing impermanence, and seeing the flux changing nature of phenomena, it inherently inclines us to nibbana, and inherently inclines us to release, inherently inclines us to unbinding, when we're able to see it enough, or when we're able to see it uh, deeply. I'll give a final example of this before we move into some instruction and meditation. Under the Bodhi tree, the Buddha had three principal insights, or three super knowledges. And some of you may have noticed, but what's interesting is that very few people actually describe the three super knowledges experientially. I mean, we all reference them and talk about them, but there's very few descriptions of anyone actually seeing the wheel of transmigration, the wheel of rebirth, or gaining insight into karma. It's not very often described what that looks like, or what that is. Seeing that certain causes or certain actions in a given life have resultant effects in another life. That makes sense. But seeing the mechanics of this thing called the law of karma, I mean, these are very deep knowledges. So investigation of Dhamma isn't just applied to the mundane or applied to the five aggregates. It can extend to extremely deep subjects like recollection of former existences, investigate or insight, super knowledge into the wheel of transmigration, how karma works, and finally, insight into dependent origination. So how craving arises, how craving ceases, the conditions, the specific conditions, factors that make this whole wheel spin. Uh, a pertinent example of this is if you were able to actually enter the past life knowledge and see your previous incarnations, or enter your previous incarnation. What do the texts say? They say, in this life, I belong to this clan. I had this particular, uh, I had this vocation. My name was this name. I belong to this family. In that life, I belonged to this clan, had this particular vocation, belonged to this family, was of this type of character, and on 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 and on. And what is it that begins to settle in your consciousness from this investigation of this particular Dhamma or this particular phenomena? You see impermanence, and you see suffering. You see life after life after life after life after life. It's this tape loop. I want this, I need that. So then you go get this, and then you go get that. And then you want more of this, and you want more of that, and then you get it, and then you die again, 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 again. So if you were to see this specific insight, this specific knowledge, you would say, how can I stop this? Make this stop. So investigation of Dhamma is goes from seeing impermanence in our immediate conditions all the way to penetrating super knowledges. The word Dhamma refers to truth, but it also means phenomena, things, states, reality, compounded phenomena. So seeing impermanence, seeing suffering, what does the mind do? It goes like this. It's just, oh, wow. It doesn't end. It's just been doing the same thing, life after life after life. And you can look at it, you can look at just your life, right? Look at the phases of your life. 5 years old to 10 years old to 15 years old to 20 years old to 25 years old, 30, 40, 50, 60. Every single stage you want certain things. Every single stage, if you don't get them, you suffer. Every single stage, once you get them and you lose them, you suffer. Everything we love dies. We suffer. So to see that clearly, to really know that, almost like zooming out of your head and looking at your incarnation, looking at life, not from your perspective, but from this bird's eye view, looking at yourself the way you would look at a kid. You know, we look at little kids, them playing with their toys, and they're like getting really upset about their toys. It's the same thing. You know, there's a great quote that I heard from a friend about. I think it was Kenshin Thrangu Rinpoche. He said humans are like kids at the beach, and they build these little sandcastles, and they can make them very elaborate. They can make them, you know, just immaculate works of art. They're just incredible sandcastles, but they're built by the water. They're actually at the shore of the ocean, and the tide will come, and the tide comes, and the sandcastle's destroyed, and they knew it was coming, and the sandcastle gets washed away, and we suffer. Our lives are like that. We build so many sandcastles. You know, the narratives are sandcastles. It's all sandcastles. It doesn't mean that you don't live out destiny, or you don't help other people, or you don't do good. But as practitioners, we see the three characteristics. We see the sandcastle nature of what arises and what we're doing. Yeah, and when you see that, when you see things as sandcastles, your mind's able to not take them so seriously. It's not able to be so um, caught in what appears. And to not be caught is literally what we mean by nibbana, unbinding. To be bound is to be caught. To be bound is the samsaric condition. To be unbinding is the nibbanic, the enlightenment condition. You know. Don, what do you think about a short break, like 5 minutes for
Sounds
for
good.
everybody?
Mhm.
Okay, let's do 5 minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll do I'll do some short instructions, and then we'll meditate. So yes, that's what we'll do. Okay. So again, just reminding everyone to be aware. So with the instructions here, I'll explain, um, reintroduce the center of the body. So Don had mentioned this point, this 2 finger widths above the abdomen. And some of you may not know about that. So I'll explain pretty briefly where we'll be placing our attention the next uh, 2 days from this moment, or from earlier, this moment, the rest of the day, tomorrow, to the best of your ability. You want to see your abdomen as this home base, as this anchor. I know that to have your attention inside the body may seem elusive for some of us. If you're able to do that, fine. If you're not, then just keep it at the abdomen. You know, this is taking the attention and your sense of feeling and placing it in there. One of the best pieces of best words of Dhamma I ever heard from a monk was so simple. It wasn't this whole, 45-minute thing I just said. It was just 4 words. It was feel more, think less. So the next 2 days, feel more. From this point onward, feel the center, feel your abdomen, and feel the center of the body. So if you imagine the body or the abdominal region, let's consider the level of the navel. So if there's a line right through if there's a disc right through the body at the level of the navel, um, so you can also imagine a string from the left side of the body to the right side at the level of the navel, and then another string from the front of the body to the back or to the spine. The intersection of these 2 lines is the area, uh, 2 finger widths above this intersection is what we're referring to as the center of the body. And what is the center? Why is it particularly important? What the founders of this particular technique, Luang Pu Sod, he was a monk that lived in Thailand in the 20th century. Was born in the late 1800s, and he passed away in I believe 1961. Having practiced many of the different Vipassana and Samatha meditations of uh, Southeast Asia, of Theravada Buddhism, Samatha refers to the um, different meditation objects that the Buddha taught: mindfulness of breathing, visualization, mantra, using different elements. So like the fire kasina, so meditating on fire, meditating on earth. These are all samatha objects. Samatha refers to calm or tranquility. It means that the activity of the mind is ceasing to the point where the mind then begins to enter deeper states of meditation that are referred to as jhana. So that means that the mind is becoming very unified and collected, not in a way that is born of force or effort, but that your mind begins to slide into these states of very deep stillness and unification. Equanimity, one-pointedness can arise. the other half of Buddhist practice is vipassana, which is investigation. So you're investigating the constituents or the aggregates of experience, of mind, of body, and that respective investigation results in release or unbinding, nibbana. Um, with this technique, it's considered a combination of tranquility and insight, but that the insights unfold out of the brightness and the purity of the mind. The super knowledges unfold out of the brightness and the purity, out of what we call Dhammakaya. So, what Luang Pu So discovered was that this particular, that there was a particular location in the body that led to immense levels of brightness. And so when we close our eyes, it's like dark behind most of our eyes. But when the meditator enters these refined states, that brightness can become so luminous. The nun Kunyaya Chan, who was the founder's primary student, she said that the light of the Dhammakaya is equivalent to a sky full of suns. And with a brightness of that degree, it is possible to see into the nature of the defilements. It is possible to penetrate very deeply the three characteristics and the super knowledges. So this particular nexus point, or this particular gateway, like you see it as like a stargate. This particular stargate into that immense brightness, that immense purity, is this place, this location in the body called the center of the body. So what we're doing is just orienting ourselves to that particular area. You'll notice like um, a concern or a question for meditators is how do I become more mindful? How do I become consistently mindful? It's not um, it's not so easy to just be naturally aware from one moment to the next. So we use meditation objects. So we use an anchor. And in this case, our anchor is the center of the body. At the center of the body, you can use a variation of methods. So you can use the mantra Samaraham. You can use a visual object. So like a crystal sphere, a star, or a sun, or a moon. It can really be anything though. I mean, on my first retreat, this guy from the Solomon Islands, he used a coconut because that's what he was most familiar with. He literally meditated on a coconut for like a month inside his stomach because coconuts made him happy. And so, and then after a month, this brilliant nimitta, or this nimitta is a mental object, generally, usually of brightness. And that mental object that arises acts as a gate into deep stillness. So many of us don't, we either don't like visualization, it gives us a headache, or yeah, it just doesn't work for some of us. For me, for many years, it didn't work. So you can either sense this um, star or this small sun inside your abdomen, and you can combine that with a mantra or not. So a good example of what you would do the next 2 days if you felt inclined to this was see a sun or star inside your stomach and to just recite the mantra constantly. That's it. Samaraham, 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 Samaraham. Moment you get out to the moment you go to sleep. And in meditation, when you find that there's tranquility arising, you can just let go of the mantra Or you can let go of the mantra whenever it feels too coarse or too gross, not subtle enough. But the reason we use the methods and the techniques is because to just naturally be continuously aware is generally too subtle of a thing for it to be effective for many of us. So we use intention, we apply mindfulness, we return to an object again and 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 again, until you find that your mind isn't wandering so much anymore. And you don't do this with force. You just do it with persistence. You're like persistently releasing. You're persistently letting go and persistently coming back to your object. And and gradually you'll find that the mind wanders less. Yeah. One question here. Using a moon as the object, can I keep my focus in the center of my body while seeing the moon out in the inner visual field? Don, can you answer this one?
Yeah, so it's a good question. It depends what you want to take as your object of meditation. So if you want to take the center of your body and the sensations at the center of your body, which you're welcome to do, then that's your focus. And if you see a moon out in the visual field, then so be it. But the task is to keep your mind with the object of meditation. But if you choose a moon as an object of meditation, I have like a little moon ball here. If you choose the moon as an object of meditation and you imagine it and you think of it, that's your object of meditation. It should be at the center of your body, not out there. You might see it out there and you could then bring it into your center. Okay? So I hope that provides clarity.
Can you make one particular question on this specific point, which is that if if you feel like bringing it back in is causing too much tension, would you feel that it's okay to just like let it be there, and
Yes.
then if it comes in or not?
Yes. Yes. That's a very good point. You don't want to struggle with it. If that produces some relaxation, some calmness, then yes, go for it. It's a good foundation. It helps you. It's a tool.
Because
That's why
generally, oh,
I was just
continue,
going
Don.
to say, within the technique, there's this flexibility that you can have, so you can choose. Okay, Ryan.
Great, great.
Could I ask a clarification?
Sure, sure.
So I asked the question, and so when the instructions were first given early on when Don was speaking, it came to me there was this bright moon up in my visual field, and I felt a direct energy down through my forehead into the core of my body, and I'm holding those at the same time. So what Don said and what you said is very clear, but I just want to say it's as if I can do both at the same time. It's just like a channel from this moon out in my inner visual field going down through my forehead into the core of my body, and that's been present ever since it was suggested in the intro. But I heard the instructions too, so I can of course play with it. That's what I.
That's a very beautiful experience, Stephen, that you're describing. And that's very nice. You are describing like an expanded awareness that you can be aware at the center of your body. And with a good samadhi, you can actually expand that awareness to encompass a greater field. And so within that greater field, you have two things that you're working with and it's helping you. So that's very good. Go with that.
Thank you so much.
Can I dovetail off of that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thanks, Stephen. And I guess just to push back on this a little bit, Don, around concentration and attention. I mean, whenever I'm doing shamatha, I mean, I get the instruction, I get the importance of relaxing, releasing, not being contracted, but I just worry that, and this is what I just don't like about, it seems like maybe I'm too anal, and I appreciate the tradition that emphasizes effort, because I wonder if we're softening or losing something in the practice by having that sort of expanded field that allows for, like you said, more of the experience, but it's not, technically speaking, uh, shamatha, which is like you said, concentration. So that the Theravada teachers that I've worked with, like Stephen Schneider, always suggest go back to the object. I mean, that is the technique. So I don't know. I feel what you're saying, and I appreciate it, but I just wonder in terms of, again, meditation technique, that the object is the focus of object is the center, and to return gently attention back to that. Because otherwise we get lost in the bliss or the joy. And what I understand that the technique to be asking for, in terms of mindfulness, is back to concentration and attention. This is what we're trying to achieve more of. Am I getting at least the technique right?
Yes, you are. And please, contemplate that and apply it in a way that that you understand and can apply it in a way that works, that helps you to cultivate your samadhi. I do want to mention that Long Pu Sot, as like to an initial type of samatha practice, is this contracted, bringing your mind even to a small point this big, or even a bigger, or even the size of a beach ball. Like, the point is that you have to rest your mind comfortably, one pointedly. And for some people, focusing on a little dot, a little star works. And for other people, it feels too contracted. They want to focus on something bigger. But they gather and they collect their awareness in the size of a beach ball, if that is what's comfortable for them. And they visualize that as the sun or the moon. So the size of the object is one thing, get comfortable with that. But Long Pu so clearly teaches that once your samadhi and collectedness gets developed and you enter samadhi, and we're going to get into this later tomorrow with samadhi, that your awareness can naturally expand. That's a part of it. So that's one samatha experience, this expanding and contracting. Then rest your mind naturally, and then see how natural that expansion goes.
Yeah,
But
that helps.
it doesn't mean that you have to give up the expansion. You're resting, like Stephen had described, he's resting his mind at the center of his body, but he's also aware of this expansion. And that's okay. That doesn't spoil the meditation at a certain level of samadhi. It doesn't have to spoil it. It
Yeah,
can
that
be.
helps. That helps because I think, I've talked with Willie about this, and Steven sometimes says that the meditation does you. So I guess if you're being drawn into it, sort of like a whirlpool, then that should occur. Tell me if I'm following this. That should occur though through the actual shamatha, the focus, of attention, that then expands on its own, not vice versa. Because oftentimes, I mean, Ryan teaches open awareness, Dzogchen, Mahamudra. That's coming at it from, again, a different direction. But what you seem to be saying with Dhammakaya is it starts with the object of concentration, and then if expansion occurs, it occurs from that center outward, not from awareness. It's just a different orientation. I just want to get clear on this.
It's just a different orientation. It's
Right.
his instructions. Yeah, with the
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so I believe it's time for sitting, what we can do is let's just get situated. We're gonna sit for about 40. Yep. So get ready into your meditation posture. I'll guide for the first 10 minutes. We'll sit for silence in 30, and then we'll open our eyes, do some walking meditation for 15 minutes, and then Don will explain the eating, and then we'll have our lunch break. So so for the first couple of minutes, begin to rest here, arrive in the present moment. And right from the start, let's feel our abdomen. Feel the belly expanding on the inhale. Stomach falling or deflating on the exhale. Release any attempt to control the breath, but simply observe and notice the breathing that the body does naturally. Just witnessing the breath from one moment to the next. Although earlier I mentioned the specific location of the center, it's not something you need to spend time looking for. Just feel that your attention, your sense of feeling is within the abdomen in that general area. You can get a sense for this home base by feeling where the inhalation ends. When you inhale, the air goes into the nose, down into the lungs. But there's a sense that the breath reaches all the way into the stomach. To use an easy visualization that many of us are familiar with, you can just remember a sun. And feel this sun inside the body. And by having your sense of feeling continuous, feeling from one moment to the next, the mind enters, experiences unification, collectedness, samadhi. You can feel its warmth or its brightness. Here you're developing your capacity to observe and to just witness. Just witness the center. You can hear the mantra arising from within the body, Samma Arahang, Samma Arahang, Samma Arahang. And whenever the mind wanders, at some point you'll find yourself becoming aware again. And when this happens, return to the witnessing of the center. Witnessing the object, returning to the continuity of feeling. Being aware, returning, witnessing again and again. We'll continue in silence until our walking meditation. Take our time. Opening up. Opening our eyes. And with our eyes open now, remain with the mind's eye vision of the object or the feeling of being inside the body or the abdomen. And we'll transition to the meditation walking now. Give some brief instruction on it. You'll walk or pace back and forth within your room or wherever you are. And there's a multitude of ways of doing this, but the most simple is to just continue to witness and be aware of the object. But a common thing to do also is with your left foot, you say Sama, and with your right foot, you say Arahang. Left foot Sama, right foot Arahang. Left foot Sama, right foot Arahang. And while feeling the center and the bottoms of the feet, you're just being sensitive to the feet and the center as it moves through space. You really don't need even 7 feet, 8 feet is fine. Just walk and then turn around and come back. And we'll do this for the next 12 or 10 minutes. So for me, you'll see me appearing in space here, just randomly walking into the scene. So just do this. This is a way to begin to get used to taking the meditation into movement. Okay? So let's begin. You could walk at any pace you feel comfortable with. You could walk slowly or walk at a normal pace. Get to the end of your route, turn clockwise, return. The whole time continuing and being aware and witnessing. rest in the continuity of feeling. Wanders, come back. Object. Sama Arahang Sama Arahang Sama Arahang Continue walking for another 5 minutes. Keep witnessing. You can come back to your seats now, and Don will continue with the mindful eating exercise so that you can integrate your lunch at the center of the body. So,
Great. Thank you, Ryan. So before we get started, we're going to take only one small food item. We're not going to do our whole lunch. You can eat privately after this exercise, but I need you to get a snack. I have a dried cranberry in this bag. So pick a small food item, anything, a piece of fruit, a baked good, whatever you can find. Then you can make your way back to your seat once you have your food item. If you have your food item and you're back at your seat, if you could just type a 1, so I know you guys are ready to go. If you need more time, that's okay. Okay. All right. Looks like just about everyone's ready. So we're not going to eat this food item just yet. We're going to do a few contemplations before we mindfully eat. So the first contemplation that we are doing is we are cultivating a feeling of gratitude for the food item that we have. And we're going to reflect on everyone who was involved, cultivating gratitude for everyone who was involved in the preparation of this food item. So for me, there was a farmer who one day planted a cranberry seed into the ground. And he's doing this, he's working hard to support his family, and this is his livelihood. And I want to cultivate a feeling of gratitude for him or her and his family. And just reflect upon how many days and nights did it take for this seed to grow into a wooden vine. We needed the right temperature. We needed sunlight. We needed water. And we needed a bunch of time for this cranberry to come to fruition, for the farmer to come along, pick it off of the vine, because we're going to eat this food so quickly in life, and we got to pause to really cultivate this gratitude. And how many people were involved in the manufacturing? Then this cranberry has to go on a ship. It's probably was in a different country. It's going to come to North America. There's many people involved in this one cranberry I'm about to eat. And then they unload the cranberries at the port. It gets sent off to the factory in the United States where it's going to be manufactured. Some driver is going to deliver it in their delivery truck to the grocery store. Somebody's going to be up all night stocking shelves for us, so everything's there in the morning when we go grocery shopping. So a lot of people, a lot of time and effort was involved in this cranberry coming to me to nourish my body. So really connecting with that feeling of gratitude at the center of my body, and then imagining that feeling expanding and spreading outward in every direction to actually come and touch those people who were involved in this preparation of food. And next, we contemplate the purpose of taking this food. The spiritual purpose of taking food is for the main purpose of needing nourishment to develop myself on the spiritual path and for accomplishing my own good in this life, and then being able to share that goodness with those around us. That's the purpose of eating food. So I just have that contemplation, really take that in. That's the purpose of me eating my lunch today. I need this fuel to support me in my own practice. And next, you will continue having your mind at the center of your body. And you can allow that awareness to expand from your center, expanding that awareness to the senses in your body. And you're going to be investigating this piece of food as if you are an alien and you've arrived from a different country and you've never seen this food item before. You want to have that level of openness and curiosity about this investigation. And you begin with your eyesight, just really looking. You can hold up the item and turn it around slowly in your hand and really noticing the color or colors, really seeing the shape of the item, noticing how the light shines on the item in different spots. And then with a sense of touch, seeing, is this food item heavy? Is it light? Is it cool? Is it warm? Is it hot? Just feeling the temperature and texture and weight of the food item. Just simply noticing. If you find your mind wandering, that's okay. Touching your awareness back at the center of the body and expanding to the senses. And now hold the item up to your ear. Does this food item have a sound? What does it sound like? And then slowly, mindfully, I don't have to tell my hand to put this into my mouth. I do this automatically without much awareness or with awareness every day, all day for my meals. But this time we want to bring awareness to this activity that we do automatically every day. And so just placing it on your tongue without swallowing it, just let the food item sit on your tongue without chewing. And in this process, you're really noticing the temperature, the texture, the flavor, really enhancing that, being mindful of that aspect of it. And then you can begin slowly chewing, seeing if you favor a certain side of your mouth or not. And just noticing any feelings that might be present in your experience. Maybe this feels pleasant, or there could be other feelings arising. Just simply noticing and bringing your awareness back to eating. The thoughts will want to take you away. It's gently coming back to the taste in your mouth, slowly watching the food item, observing it going down your esophagus. It's heading toward your stomach. And then scanning your stomach, noticing that your stomach maybe expanded a little bit. It has this food item in there for your own nourishment. And that's how we'll be eating our lunch today during our personal time. I encourage you to continue this practice during your lunch. It's usually one of their favorite informal mindfulness practice. We all love eating, and you can really enjoy it that much more when you are present in the moment. So that will conclude the mindful eating practice. If anybody has any questions, we have 5 more minutes before we break. Any questions on mindful walking or mindful eating before we pause for a lunch break?
I have a question about the walking. Can you hear me? Okay. What's the object of meditation when we're walking? I don't know if I didn't hear it because the sound wasn't too loud here.
The object is always the center
Okay.
and the meditation object, but you're extending your awareness to the bottoms of your feet.
Okay.
Yeah, if you would like to, but you don't have to actually. You could just stay at the center of the body. It's just a way to do the meditation while moving. Yeah. So you get used to staying with the object while you go to the bathroom, while you walk here, while you walk there. So
Thanks.
you got it.
Hey, Ryan,
Yep.
just one thing I would share. Stephen Schneider, when he was doing the jhana retreat with the Sayadaw, he asked him how attentive he is to his breath through the day, how much the time. And Stephen sort of laughed and said, better to ask me um, how often I'm not attentive. He was like so focused on his breath through the day as an object of concentration. He said it was like 90% of the time. So that's how he knew. Then the Sayadaw said to him, you need to then do jhana practice in your own hut on your own for whatever, 12 hours a day. So yeah, thank you for the walking and eating meditation, helping me to stay focused on the object.
Yep. Yep. With your so with the use of focus, it's like a modulating thing. So because what can happen is like, so let's say your use of focus or the amount of intention you're applying is a spectrum. 10 is really trying. So we don't want to be, using this heavy hand on it. We just want to have enough mindfulness to be consistent and to be witnessing. Because really, to get to the point where the practice is doing itself, you actually have to get out of the way. And by continually attempting to assert hard focus, it's like there's too much trying in the forefront. So you want to have a balance. Like you don't want to be so relaxed that you're not mindful at all, and then you don't also want to be too tense, because what you find is that with more tension and more effort, your unification and stillness is actually more disturbed. So there needs to be a balance. Like you're trying too much, it's actually like making the waters more chaotic. But you don't try enough at all, then you're not practicing, So you apply enough intention, like the middle way, and you just continue. Yeah. So you'll find too that as the mindfulness coalesces over the next like rest of today and rest of tomorrow, you may come to a point where you find like using using effort at all is too much. Like it's disturbing, right? Especially in the sit when your eyes are closed. Usually when we're walking around or we're eating, especially when we're about to eat, if we're going to have something delicious right now, the more delicious and enticing the food is, the more your attention goes into it, or that your mind wanders. So you'll find, just to the best that you can, relax, come back, observe, you know, and then just continue like this for the next hour until we're back at our next session. All right, everyone. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll reconvene at 1 p.m. EST. So see all of you in an hour.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. We are going to start a 2-hour sit, and I'm going to guide you through the first 10 minutes just to help you find your center. And then we'll be quiet during that period of time. And like Ryan said, if you need to engage in some walking meditation during this period of time, you are welcome to do so and then return to sitting as you need to. And then I'll be ending with loving kindness meditation. So just begin by finding a comfortable position for yourself, sitting with your back and spine upright, although relaxed. And begin by taking some deep breaths, inhaling fully and exhaling slowly. Feeling into your entire sitting and breathing body, we'll begin with a gentle body scan. Relaxing your awareness at the very top of your head. Allowing your awareness to move down through your scalp, down through your forehead. Relaxing your face. Loosening up your jaw. And relaxing your lips. Imagining this relaxing energy and awareness flowing down through your neck and around your shoulders. Moving down through your upper arms. Lower arms. And into the palms of your hands. Relaxing your fingers. Noticing sensations at the very tips of your fingers. Shifting your awareness into your abdomen. Resting your mind naturally in your abdomen and noticing sensations in your stomach. Sensations of fullness from your lunch. Moving your awareness into your chest, noticing your lungs expanding and contracting naturally as you breathe freely and easily. And moving your awareness around your shoulders and down through your upper back. Imagining this gentle awareness and energy flowing down through your lower back. And down through your spine. Allowing this fresh, clear, and relaxing energy to move down through your upper legs. And around your knees. Scanning down through your lower legs. Gently and softly. And around your ankles. Bringing your awareness into the soles of your feet. From your heels, through the base of your feet, all the way to the tips of your toes. If at any time during this exercise you experienced a relaxing and refreshing energy, really connect with that feeling. And imagine it growing and expanding from the center of your body to touch and rejuvenate every single cell in your body from head to toe. And now allowing your awareness to rest naturally and softly at the center of your body, in the center of your abdomen, 2 finger widths above your navel. Gently gathering and collecting your attention and awareness at your center. Bringing the mind home, where you feel a sense of contentment and ease with this resting spot. And imagining the perception of light, an image of something bright, such as a sun, full moon, or any bright object you wish to imagine. And choose a comfortable size for this image. It might be the size of an egg yolk, or the size of a tennis ball, or a grapefruit, something bigger. Or even the size of a beach ball. You're choosing a size that's comfortable for you because the key is comfort and awareness together, developing in harmony and supporting one another. And if you find your mind wandering, reciting to yourself the mantra Samma Arahang, Samma Arahang. Imagine hearing the mantra echoing and resonating from the center of your body. And now we will practice in silence until 2:45, when I will start the loving kindness at the very end. Now, for the last 15 minutes of the meditation session, we will be doing loving kindness together. It's also known as metta meditation. And so, as we're feeling into the center of our body, we're going to be generating the feeling of metta loving kindness radiating outward from the center of our body in every direction. We could imagine the rays of loving kindness to be bright, shiny rays of light shining outward in every direction. Or it could be a warm, comforting feeling of loving kindness generating outward and expanding from the center of your body. And we start by imagining a dear friend or family member or even a pet. It should not be a friend that we have a romantic attachment to. It should just be a good friend where we can generate the feelings of love and kindness and goodwill and gratitude for that person. So you can imagine them sitting in front of you and connecting with the feelings of love and kindness and gratitude that you have for having this person in your life. And as you connect with the feelings of love and kindness, imagine them expanding and spreading outward from the center of your body. These are feelings of goodwill toward this person. And imagine them being touched by your loving kindness. They can feel that energy touching them, and they feel uplifted in body and mind. And you're witnessing that as you're sharing your loving kindness and sending it to them. Making the feeling as strong as you can. And as they are touched by your loving kindness, they are generating loving kindness back to you. And you can actually feel their energy of love, kindness, gratitude, and a sense of caring for you and for your life. And so receive that, receive their light and love back in to the center of your body, allowing that feeling to fill you up. And as you take in their loving kindness, you're sending it right back out to them. As you imagine the shiny rays of loving kindness expanding outward from the center of your body in every direction, to eventually cover your entire body like a perfect protective bubble. Your entire body is infused with the feelings of love and kindness, and it feels good. It's a wholesome mental state that we also must practice cultivating for ourselves and for our own life. We must now connect with a feeling of gratitude that we have for our own life here on earth. Connecting with a feeling of love and kindness that we have for ourselves. In order to connect with this feeling strongly for yourself, you might imagine yourself doing something you love doing, and you're having an extraordinary day. And on this particular day, you feel so good to be alive. You feel grateful for your life. You feel the love of life and of your own life. So really capture that moment. We've all had moments like that. Really capture that feeling and imagine that love and kindness and gratitude expanding and spreading outward from the center of your body in every direction, covering your entire body with love and kindness. Next, we are going to be expanding and spreading the feeling of loving kindness throughout this entire virtual room, sending our feelings of goodwill, love, and kindness to our fellow meditators here with us today. Really send your loving kindness to everyone that's here, making the wish that may my fellow meditators be happy, safe, and peaceful. You can recite those phrases to yourself as you are sending loving kindness around the room. May my fellow meditators be healthy in body and mind. May my fellow meditators be able to take care of themselves and their family easily and happily. May my fellow meditators be able to overcome obstacles and challenges with grace and ease. May you all continue on this meditative path and be successful. And now imagine bright, shiny rays of light and a warm feeling of loving kindness expanding outward from the center of your body, expanding throughout your entire living room or bedroom or room that you are in, throughout your entire house or apartment complex or condo. Expanding your awareness further to touch your neighbors and people in your town and your city. Imagining the many different people we share our town or city with, including all wildlife, all animals, all sentient beings in our vicinity. Sending your loving kindness across the entire country that you are in, perhaps across the United States and across North America. Sending your feelings of goodwill across all of Europe. Across the oceans, imagining the marine life in the oceans, all the sentient beings on this planet, human and otherwise. We share our planet with many beings. We make a wish that may all living beings be free of suffering. May they be happy, safe, and peaceful. As we shine our loving kindness light around the entire world, across the continent of Asia, Africa, the Middle East, Central and South America, and around the entire world. And imagining your love and kindness expanding up from the earth and into the atmosphere and throughout the entire universe. Now bringing your awareness back and settling it at the center of your body. Getting in touch with your center. And now when you're ready to, you can gently and slowly open your eyes, bringing your attention back to the room and stretching your body if you need to. I think this could be a good time to take a 5-minute break before we start the afternoon discussion. So feel free to take a step away from the computer and we'll see you back in 5 minutes. Okay, if you are ready to begin the afternoon talk, if you're here, you can type a 1 and let us know that you're back and you're ready to start the talk. Or we can give it a couple more minutes if needed. Okay. All right, so make yourself comfortable for this afternoon's talk. I'm going to be doing the next factor, and then Ryan will be doing the one following that. We'll be doing then a Q&A afterward. Generate some discussion if you would like. And that should wrap up this afternoon session. So we got like an hour and a half left. So the next factor of enlightenment is energy and effort. It's described as a refreshing energy. It's a joyful energy. And maybe we just experience that with the loving kindness. Usually we do. Now, we use this energy, the seventh factor of enlightenment, for applying right effort in our practice. So we have energy and skillful effort is letting go. It's not fusing with the mental afflictions in your mind. And when you don't fuse with all the noise in the mind, this naturally gives rise to a joyful energy, a spiritual energy, and enthusiasm. It's also referred to, this energy is referred to as diligence and effort. So it has that component too, because we have to keep applying ourselves to the meditation practice. And again, we can think of that effort on a scale of 1 to 10, where maybe you need a little, like you need more effort if it's a 1, because your effort is underdeveloped. But as you grow this factor of enlightenment, you need less effort. It becomes effortless. It becomes easier. And so by developing right mindfulness and the investigation of states, those were the 2 previous factors, you can experience this spiritual energy arising in your mind. Why? Because I have this to show you here. So this is a bottle filled with water, and the water symbolizes our mind. This is a luminous mind. And the sand down here are the contents of our mind. It's the thoughts, moods, and emotions, the memories, the mental afflictions, the desire, the craving. All of it is down here. So typically, when we allow this to all settle down in the practice of meditation, and we can experience our mind free of the afflictions, this natural energy just arises. However, it's a process, right? Because usually we come to meditation and it's looking something like this. Our mind is stirred up, it's wandering, it's jumping around, but we have to be patient in our practice and let that all settle down. Once all that stuff in the mind settles down, the contents of our mind, then this natural energy emerges, this refreshing energy. It brightens up your eyes. A person can notice this type of energy if they're talking to you. So, you can experience this energy arising in the mind, and you train your mind to cultivate the wholesome qualities, which are the 7 factors of enlightenment. That's what makes the mind shiny and bright and energetic. And you learn to let go through right effort, letting go of unwholesome qualities of mind that kind of drag down the energy. You know, those are the hindrances. also including greed, hatred, and delusion, which are the 3 core mental afflictions in Theravada Buddhism, from which all other afflictions stem from. So let's take a look at right effort. So the instruction is to let go of any negative mental state that has arisen. We just need to let that be and let it go and not bother with it, not engage with it. So sometimes this letting go is just letting it be, witnessing it pushed its way in there into your awareness. It's now a part of your experience, some memory, some emotion, some thought, and it's there. It pushed its way in, and now you're just letting it be, letting it go. And in the process of maintaining yourself as the observer, you're witnessing its impermanence. An emotion arises, it stays for a little while, and then it passes away naturally on its own. The only reason why it's sticking around is we are either reacting to it or we are resisting that it's there, because whatever we resist persists. So also the reaction, if there's some reaction to the emotion or memory, that's kind of like pouring gasoline on the fire. There's some flames. This old memory is coming up. This old thing that's bothering you is coming up once again. It's like a little fire. You just, rather than engaging with it, that's like pouring gasoline on the fire to make it bigger. You just want to let it be the observer of it, and then the flames will gradually settle down and die down on their own. And that is in accordance with the law of impermanence. You just bearing witness to that. Okay, it came up. No reason to get upset about that. Don't lose your anchoring with the object of meditation. Maintain your mindfulness. Maintain knowing the Dhamma investigation of impermanence, just knowing that, and stay centered and witness it coming and going. Sometimes, despite right effort, like I was saying, a thought or emotion pushes itself into your meditative state, right? It kind of takes over. It's called hijacking. We might have been meditating for a while. It could have been very nice. And then all of a sudden we get hijacked by something. A thought, an emotion, a memory. And that's okay. We don't have to lose our samadhi when that happens. We have to stay anchored. It's kind of like there's a storm going on around us. Like, don't lose your center. Stay centered, stay anchored, despite the strong winds, despite what's going on around you, which is the story and the stir of the emotion. And you stay with your object of meditation until it passes. So you can think of a wave, like a wave, it's coming up and you're just you got to ride it out, ride the wave, and then it retreats. Like if some strong emotion is coming, just go with it. It literally is a wave. It's not going to stay there forever. It can't possibly do that. So you're just going to watch it come and go. So the instruction is you don't have to leave your center. You just can rest there and be patient, and you gently refocus again and again and again. If your mind gets pushed out of your center because you got distracted, you just bring it back over and over again with energy and effort. And my teacher in Thailand said to me, he said, 1,000,000 times you will practice placing your mind at the center of your body over and over and over again. In a sense, it's a very simple instruction, and actually maybe not so simple to do in some moments when your mind is hijacked. But with patience, you just bring it over and over again. And that is what is strengthening your samadhi, that repetition, that coming back to your center until your mind can be firmly at your center. And then it will leave the center less often. Your samadhi grows stronger. So we grow in our mind what we focus on, right? So there's a garden analogy. The 5 hindrances are like weeds in your garden. They need to be removed. And those hindrances are, like I said earlier, their desire, aversion, dullness, tiredness, restlessness, and doubt. Those are weeds in the garden of our mind. And the 7 factors of enlightenment are seeds that you're going to plant in your garden, and you're going to need to take care of them so they take root. And they're going to take some time to grow and to bear fruit. Right? If we plant an apple seed in the ground, it's not producing an apple the next day. We need the right causes and conditions for that to bear into a piece of fruit. We need many days and many nights. We need the right temperature, the right amount of water, and all of these factors that will come together to help it bear fruit. And that's what you're doing in your meditation, creating these causes and conditions for the 7 factors of enlightenment to grow. Ask yourself, what steals your energy and clarity of mind in any given day or week? Ask yourself, are there certain repetitive thought patterns or negative memories that are popping up? What steals your energy in life? Take a moment to reflect on that. We all have that, especially with our phones and the internet. There's like this competing, everything in today's world is demanding our attention right here and now. And so we have to use that energy and clarity to be like, no, I do not want this to rob my energy and attention. I'm going to continue the continuity of my mindfulness practice. That feels much better. So with right effort, we let go of clinging to certain thoughts, memories, and experiences, clinging to our phone. And when we let these things go, this makes us feel light, bright. It makes us feel more spacious in our mind, more clarity, energized. The analogy is setting down a heavy burden. It's as if we're carrying a backpack, or I know in the UK they call it a rucksack, with heavy boulders. It's as if we're carrying this around with us, and it's getting very heavy and burdensome. And we finally need to set it down. And that's what we're doing in meditation. We're setting down these burdens, these memories, these stories, these programs in our mind. It's time to let them go. They're heavy. We maybe have been carrying them around for a long time, but now is the practice to let these go. And so we can feel a sense of relief, joy, and energy. We feel light and relief. And that's what this spiritual energy feels like, by being able to put down our burdens and let them go. We are unburdening the mind through this practice. So vast amounts of energy can arise as a result. That's why when the factors get well developed, you'll find that you actually need less sleep. So this energy was one of the things that I first noticed when I was a beginner meditator in my early 20s. Like, despite my monkey mind when I was a beginner, I would do a 25-minute session, and I would notice that I felt refreshed, as if I had just taken a nap. I felt this sense of mental clarity and this natural energy. And that is because meditation is taking place at the cellular level in the body. and you're not following the wandering mind. The mind is constantly scattered and drawn to our constantly changing thoughts. Rather, we're harnessing, collecting, and gathering the energy together into one, which produces this refreshing, beautiful feeling. So the spiritual energy is harnessed through right effort. And this is something that every meditator needs to discover for themselves. And I'll give you an example just from my practice today, because I had like a light breakfast and I follow the Thai tradition of having a heavy lunch. That's my biggest meal. That's my dinner. And I just had it at lunch. And so that can make me sleepy because of the digestion and having a big meal. But that doesn't have to be a problem. That just means that during this afternoon session, I needed to apply more effort, which is right effort. More so than this morning because I didn't have that big meal. So I'm just working with causes and conditions and applying. It's kind of like this right effort can be like a dial. You might need to tune it up a little bit more if you're getting sleepy. You might need to dial it back down if you're getting restless. So it depends, and you have to work with that right effort. Usually it settles with a steady amount of effort, and you get to know that. You know exactly how much you need in order to stay centered and to not lose your samadhi. If you apply too much effort while imagining a sun or a moon, then you might get a headache. You'll feel tension in your body and your mind. And that is one of the complaints for beginner meditators with this practice. So we know if you are starting to get a headache and you feel tension in your head, then that's too much effort. However, if you become very sleepy, you may need to apply more effort. And that's where imagining a bright sun or star. And when I was first new to this practice and I was in Thailand on my first 3-month retreat, it was April, which was the start of the hot season. It was summer break in Thailand, which is very, very hot and humid, something that I'm not used to. And so, but that's okay. That's just the external condition. But it's something that could zap my energy, that humidity, because I'm not used to it. And so I started off meditating on that bright, shiny sun, and that helped me to rather quickly overcome the hindrance of drowsiness that was not only being caused by issues in my own mind with my own monkey mind, but also by the external condition of a lot of humidity and heat. Although we were meditating in air conditioning, but still the whole environment was quite hot. And so those are just some examples of knowing when you will need to turn up the effort or turn it down. So the goal is a consistent and continuous effort that is required to develop the 7 factors of enlightenment. This effort will support our mindfulness and investigation of Dhamma. And here we begin to experience right effort during this session. So this is when you can see your samadhi progressing. So type in the chat box. Let us know if you feel comfortable letting us know. Type in 1 if you feel like you've discovered your right effort, if you've had an experience with discovering right effort for yourself. And type in a 2 if you're still working out discovering that right effort. It's something we all have to work out to discover. But let us know where you're at. So some of you you're still experimenting with it. Okay. A lot of you are still working it out. One thing I will share, just learning what right effort is. This is helpful, Ella says. Thank you. When you come to sit, I like to sit after my work day because that's a nice transition from having worked all day into my evening activities, whatever that might be. So there's this time after work where I will like to meditate. And if my mind was quite active, I can imagine like a nice relaxing place. I'm going to work on dialing the effort down because my mind's been active throughout my workday. So you're going to learn how to dial it down and relax if you need to, or to turn it up if you need to. So I hope that's helpful. This spiritual energy and effort, as you perfect it, as you develop it, will eventually give way into the next factor, which is rapture and joy, that Ryan is going to be discussing next.
Thank you, Don. One moment. Okay. So the three factors: mindfulness, investigation of states, and energy, begin to allow for that steam and that power of mindfulness and power of meditation to really begin to accumulate. So there's a variety of wholesome factors that begin to arise as a result of that. The factors that we'll get into tomorrow, for example, are tranquility and equanimity. But one of the grosser factors is called rapture or joy. So this is really when the meditation becomes an enjoyable, pleasurable process or experience. And in Buddhism, there's a very clear demarcation between worldly pleasure and otherworldly pleasure, worldly rapture and otherworldly rapture. So the worldly pleasure is considered the pleasure of the senses, the pleasure of sense contact with the physical body. And otherworldly pleasure is considered to be release from the pleasure of sense contact and the pleasure that is born of meditation. So uh, when there's a turning away from form, a turning away from the body, and a turning away from the fixation of sense pleasures, there's a possibility for the mind to turn inward, become internal, and born of that, there's a profound joy that can begin to arise when you become more continuous with the meditation object and the steam begins to build up. Your mindfulness becomes powerful, or your investigation becomes powerful. That energy arises, and from that energy and the feedback loop, you begin to really enjoy meditating. It becomes a pleasurable experience. And as Don mentioned, the five hindrances are really the robbers of the joy that can come from meditation. So mindfulness, investigation of states, energy, rapture, the 5 hindrances are what obstruct these. So the reason that meditation is difficult, may be difficult, or a given session may be difficult, is purely as a result of the presence of the 5 hindrances. It's not, it doesn't, this idea of I'm a good meditator, I'm a bad meditator, these are concepts regarded to a self. They're just narratives. What's actually happening, if you put aside these thoughts of I'm good at it, I'm bad at it, that's irrelevant. If you just look, if I was to take a snapshot of your mind in that moment, or your stream of experience in that moment, what is classified as a good meditator or a good meditation is the presence or the absence of the 5 hindrances. If the 5 hindrances are absent, there will be calm. And as a result of calm and as a result of letting go, there does arise joy. If the 5 hindrances are absent, your mindfulness is becoming more continuous. The investigation or the seeing is becoming more continuous. The energy is becoming more continuous, is beginning to build. And as a result of that, rapture is born. Joy, rapture, it's the same word. When we say rapture, because that's the original initial English translation of that term. But joy is the same thing. So when you go into meditation and you bring your mind back to the center of the body and you smile and you relax, that's a little bit of joy. It's a little bit of rapture right there. All of the 7 factors, all of the 5 hindrances, all of the aspects of the Eightfold Path are spectrums. You could see them you could put them on a scale. There's degrees of suffering from sleepiness. There's degrees of suffering from restlessness. Just like there are degrees of depth for each of the enlightenment factors. So with the arising of rapture, this is really, I see it as this is the turning point in a given meditation session, a given day of meditation, or in the career of a meditator or a practitioner. Because it may take time to get to a place in one's practice where you actually want to meditate, where it's enjoyable enough for there to be motivation to do it. Without the juice of joy or the juice of rapture in a meditation practice, it can be very dry. It can be very difficult. If you're just continuously assailed by the 5 hindrances, you don't want to meditate. You're like, well, every time I meditate, I just get sleepy. Every time I meditate, I just get annoyed. Every time I meditate, I just feel doubt as to why I'm doing this and what this is all for. Doubt, remorse, sleepiness, restlessness, agitation, sensual desire. Those are the hindrances. So the sign that the given meditation session is you could say moving in a direction of deepening is hindrances reducing, enlightenment factors increasing. Hindrances reducing results in enlightenment factors increasing. Enlightenment factors increasing results in hindrances reducing. So joy, rapture has a specific, also a more specified definition in the early Buddhist text, and that's related to the meditative state called jhana. So it becomes so that the meditation becomes so joyous and so still, or so rapturous, so still, these wholesome qualities of mind become so mature that the mind enters very, very deep stillness. And as a result of that stillness, certain mental signs called nimittas can appear. And as a result of the apprehension of those, the joyness and the stillness increases even further. So one of the important advices for beginning meditators, and this was a concept that was introduced pretty late, actually, in how meditation was taught in our temple, and it's this concept of like resetting your meditation, reset and restart. So if your meditation is going a certain way, if there's a lot of agitation and restlessness, instead of fighting, like going to war with the restlessness, you can have this view or orientation of like just starting over. You're just coming back to the meditation as if this fight with restlessness for 30 minutes didn't even happen. You open your eyes for a second and you smile and you just come back to the center. So with being flexible and skillful in how we're approaching the practice, we're then able to have these particular factors mature, and with their maturity, they act as the driving force into deeper stillness and deeper refinement in meditation. So more tranquility will arise, more equanimity will arise, and the maturation of these factors is pointed at something. Like it's not like you meditate, at least in the Buddhist context, meditation to feel good is not necessarily the purpose. So all the jhanas, they're considered pleasant abidings, like and it's considered skill in for a meditator to be able to enter different jhanic states or different levels of absorption. But the levels of absorption, the ones, for example, the initial jhanas contain they can contain immense amounts of pleasure or immense amounts of rapture, immense amounts of joy. When your mind has become released from the five hindrances and released from central desire, even if it's just in that session or in that retreat, there's an immense amount of joy and energy that can arise. And so, but these states of joy and states of increased mindfulness and tranquility in of themselves aren't the actual reason for doing the meditation. The reason for doing the meditation, or the reason for meditation, is so that with the maturation of these factors, specific insights then become available. With the maturation of these factors, a specific degree of release from clinging becomes available. And as a result of that, it is possible to see the Four Noble Truths, or to see things as they are, to gain insight. So I think even I've presented meditation as, it's a way to feel good. It's a way to release the mind from its fixations, from its worries. But that's temporary freedom, or that's temporary release. But the type of cessation and permanent release that Don and I will talk about tomorrow in the equanimity section is the kind of release that it's not reversible. So once the mind sees something very clearly, once it has what Buddhism calls knowledge and vision, it becomes incapable of clinging to that particular thing to such a degree again. So that is a much more permanent freedom and a much more permanent release, a much more permanent unbinding than I'm just meditating to feel good in this particular session. That's where we need to start, but that's not where the maturation process ends. It doesn't end at joy. It doesn't end at rapture. It doesn't end at just mindfulness and investigation of states. The mindfulness, the investigation of states, the rapture, the tranquility, the concentration, the equanimity, all of these coalesce into the capacity to see deeply into the nature of things. And it's by that seeing that there's release and unbinding. So, yeah, rapture joy is just the sign that this is on the right track. The 5 hindrances falling away is the sign that this is on the right track. The steam is starting to build up. The reason that, one of the big questions is, I've meditated for so long, why has a persistent awakening not happened to me? Or like, why is it that all of my patterns and all of my neuroticism is still the same? It's because there has not been an overcoming of the 5 hindrances. That's why. It actually, you could do an immense amount of spiritual work. You can do it, lots of retreats and lots of processes and all kinds of healing in many regards. But if you're not able to have skill or have enough letting go for these 5 hindrances to be able to fall to the wayside, or for you to be able to cut through them like a knife through butter, then there's really this sense that no matter what kind of profound mystical experiences you have, your day-to-day life is still characterized by restlessness and agitation. That restlessness and agitation that is normal, or maybe normal for you, or doubt that may be normal for you, isn't related to whether you've done enough spiritually, or whether you are adept enough, whether you're good enough as a spiritual practitioner. It's just a matter of, are the hindrances present or not? If they're present, you'll be in doubt, you'll suffer, you'll have restlessness, and you'll cling to all kinds of things. So the 5 hindrances with meditation, it's considered that stillness causes a temporary suppression of the 5 hindrances. So you develop the 7 factors of enlightenment, you do a meditation retreat, or you start meditating more in your daily life, or for whatever reason your mindfulness just increases, you'll notice that these hindrances go down, the enlightenment factors go up. But we'll find that we're still subject to the 5 hindrances at times. It'll just be very much less, will be much less than before. But for the 5 hindrances, for the 5 hindrances to actually fall away permanently, that's a conversation about the stages of enlightenment. So, for example, if a person becomes a Buddha or an Arahant, they don't experience the 5 hindrances anymore. So they don't experience doubt, don't experience restlessness, agitation, don't experience sensual craving and clinging. So that's really the actual end goal in this whole body of teaching. And that may not be the end goal in many traditions or in many schools, but in this context and in here, that really is. Knowledge and vision arises, or knowledge and vision is ascertained to destroy craving. And when craving is destroyed, the 5 hindrances, they no longer have a soil They no longer have a ground to take root in your consciousness and in your experience. So before we continue, I want to screen share a couple discourses here from the Buddhist canon, and I'll read through them briefly, and also if Don, if you have anything to add after these readings, I'm happy to have you add your thoughts as well. So this is from the Anguttara Nikaya, so the numerical discourses of the Pali Canon. There's like, at least for the early discourses, without the commentaries, there's, I believe, 5 books that are translated into English, and this is one of the discourses from that. So I'll read it for everybody, but you also have it on your screen. I've heard that on one occasion, the Blessed One was staying near Savatthi in Jeta's grove, Anathapindika's monastery. Then Venerable Ananda went to the Blessed One, and on arrival, having bowed down to him, sat to one side. As he was sitting there, he said to the Blessed One, "What is the purpose of skillful virtues? What is their reward?" So skillful virtues is referring to morality or sila. So wholesome and right speech, wholesome and right action, right conduct, right livelihood. Practicing meditation and developing the enlightenment factors is all skillful virtues. Skillful virtues have freedom from remorse as their purpose, Ananda, and freedom from remorse as their reward. And what is the purpose of freedom from remorse? What is its reward? Freedom from remorse has joy as its purpose, joy as its reward. And what is the purpose of joy? What is its reward? Joy has rapture as its purpose, rapture as its reward. In some parts of the canon, the same word may be delineated into multiple parts. Like in many cases, you'll see that joy and rapture are being used interchangeably, and then in other parts of the discourses, you'll see that rapture is like super joy, essentially. What is the purpose of rapture? What is its reward? Rapture has serenity as its purpose, serenity as its reward. That's tranquility, which is what Don will talk about tomorrow. Serenity has pleasure as its purpose, pleasure as its reward. And what is the purpose of pleasure? What is its reward? Pleasure here is referring to bliss. Bliss has concentration as its purpose, concentration as its reward. And what is the purpose of concentration? What is its reward? Concentration has knowledge and vision of things as they actually are as its purpose. Knowledge and vision of things as they actually are as its reward. And what is the purpose of knowledge and vision of things as they actually are? What is its reward? Knowledge and vision of things as they actually are has disenchantment as its purpose. Disenchantment as its reward. So when you see the 3 characteristics, you see suffering, you see impermanence, you see no self, the mind becomes dispassionate. It inclines towards release, towards letting go, towards unbinding. And what is the purpose of disenchantment? Dispassion as its reward. And what is the purpose of dispassion? What is its reward? Dispassion has knowledge and vision of release as its purpose, knowledge and vision of release as its reward. So there's a delineation here, a difference between knowledge and vision of things, which is compounded phenomena, the 5 aggregates. Knowledge and vision of release is the realization of the 4 stages of enlightenment. So those are the the aims of the practice. Thus, in this way, Ananda, and then he just summarizes the entirety of what was stated. Again, he just restates it. And he ends with, disenchantment has dispassion as its purpose, dispassion as its reward, dispassion as knowledge and vision of release as its purpose and reward. In this way, Ananda's skillful virtues lead step by step to the consummation of arahantship, which is the end of craving and the full release of the mind from suffering. That's the goal in these teachings. So the 7 factors of enlightenment, the maturation of these factors, the deepening of your meditation practice, and the gradual unfolding of knowledge and vision is what leads to the end of suffering, what leads to the end of holding on, the end to clinging to things. The reason that we're not able to stop holding on is because we haven't seen the 3 characteristics deeply enough in that given thing. So if we're fixated on views, for example, is because we don't see that views we don't see that views are without a core. We don't see that views are still not self. We still see them as real. We still see them as me, right? Many people identify as their beliefs. That is the core of what they are. Their convictions are at the core of what they are. Convictions are views. So in this particular tradition and practice, really all the things that we consider to be us are, we take the light of wisdom from meditation, the light of wisdom that develops from practice and from right understanding. And through that light, we dispel the ignorance and the misunderstandings that are in our mind and in our consciousness, the misapprehensions, seeing thoughts, seeing views as self. Anything you'd like to add, Don?
I think you did a wonderful job, Ryan. Perhaps we can open up the floor to Q&A if people would like to make some comments or ask for clarification, application to your own meditative experience if you want to, whatever you want to share, feel free.
Stephen?
Hey. First of all, to both Ryan and Don, this is just an incredible experience, and you both are such wonderful teachers, so much gratitude. Back to the meditation, when I had this vision of the moon coming through my forehead down into the core, it's still with me, very powerful. But when I actually did the meditation, I found that it was more valuable for me to visualize that moon within the core of my body. And I can still do the expanded one, but the expanded one tends to make it more open to mentality happening. So I really found it effective to keep it down there. So my first question, I have one after this, but is as I was staying with the object of meditation in my core, and for me, it came up as a really incredibly potent moon. Then it disappeared. And it was good. I was just in my core. So is it important to try to keep recreating the object of meditation, or because I'm anchored in my core in the meditation, objectless as it were, is that good?
Do you want to answer that, Ryan, or do you want me to start?
Oh yeah, you can start.
Okay, so the way Ryan and I are going to answer that is we're going to ask you how you feel when the object of the meditation disappears. And if you feel what we call sabai in Thai, that comfort, that it could be called relaxation or sabai feeling, is what's going to help you to progress. So if you just rest your mind, bringing your mind to a standstill, and you feel comfortable and comfort and ease, then you don't need to bring the object of meditation back. You're using that as a tool to get anchored into your mind. But if then dullness, if the hindrances start to pop up again, you're restless, you're getting tired, you feel dull and bored, and, just resting your mind at your center, it's not enough. You need to bring back the object of light and meditate on that.
Yeah, the disappearance feels like coming home.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Very good.
Right.
Yeah, I'll add that this particular um this particular thing, it maybe some of you here are thinking like, what? I thought I was supposed to come back to the meditation object again and again and again, and now the instruction is to let that go. So to be more precise, the advice that Don just shared was dependent on the description that there's a deepening sense of coming inward, and that the object naturally fell away, and that it would feel more coarse or more of a a disturbance to bring back another image. So what happens is, from the center of the body, there's this process. There can be this process of a meditation image that you were using falling away, there being a period where it's just objectless, and then another or more refined nimitta or image appears out of that, or maybe not. It just depends on what's happening in the person's practice. But uh, one of the markers is, like Don said, this word sabai, which is like a relaxed, happy, um, like carefree state of mind. And if calling forth the meditation object again at that particular juncture point um, reduces the amount of sabai, reduces the amount of tranquility, then at that point you don't need to do anything. So here, at the stage that's being described, or at the place that's being described, the five hindrances are not asserting themselves. That's why you're able to just not do anything, and if another image appears, you just allow that to be at the center of the body. If it doesn't, it's fine. You're at the center. So, yeah, Don, any extra thoughts on that?
No, I think that that's a good description that
Yeah.
provides really good clarity for when we're using the object. You clearly stated if he was to bring up the object again, it's going to disturb that nice experience, and we don't want to. It's not necessary. So that's why we are, as teachers, looking at your description of how you feel, and that gives us some information about the next set of instructions we need to give you. And if you want to, you could start keeping a journal. I mean, you don't have to, but even in your own practice outside of a retreat, you might just start writing down, describing your session and how it made you feel. And the way you use a journal is that if you meditate for an hour, but 59 minutes was monkey mind and 1 minute was that nice sabai, you describe that 1 minute in your journal. 1 sentence, 3 sentences, 5 sentences, whatever, just describe it, how it made you feel, what you experienced. And then the next time, this is a practice that is in the Pali Canon, It's called mindfulness of previous meditative states, recalling previous meditative states. And I used to do this. And then as I was developing my samadhi back then, I would then take my journal and read my previous meditative state from the day before or from the earlier session in the morning. And then it's as if I could just close my eyes, and I got to a point where it's almost like I'd pick up where I left off as the samadhi got better, as my meditation progressed. So it can actually like support you. That recollection of a previous good state can support you in your progression of the factors of enlightenment and your samadhi. As stated in the Pali Canon, it's a recommended practice. So that's just one idea for you guys.
Thank you both for your answers. And I know next time I sit, I will be using the object again to take me in, and then it naturally unfolds that way. I did have one other question too about restlessness, and I'm particularly interested in your view, Don, in the sense that you're a therapist, would be the distinction in restlessness between generic restlessness and restlessness that might occur as an avoidance to experience past trauma. And that could also be trauma, L-I-T-E, light. I'm not talking about intense trauma, but even just, I don't want to feel those feelings emotionally. I've done my fair share of therapy, so I'm very steeped in that. But I'm just wondering what the distinctions are about restlessness. And thank you both again.
So you describe restlessness and then you describe an avoidance. So to me, in small t trauma, those are kind of different things. And avoidance might be a dissociation. I'm not quite sure what you mean by avoidance. Like if you're restless, are you saying, I'm not quite sure what you're saying with the avoidance piece.
Well, I guess, okay, so I'm smiling at myself because I need to do more investigation, and I haven't done due diligence on that. It just came up in part of the meditation of noticing some restlessness and then just wanting to inquire as to, well, what is restlessness? Is it just a nervousness of just the body, the mind just doesn't want to settle down just because it's so patterned that way? Or is it an avoidance of, well, if I go here, I'm going to have to feel this sadness that I didn't really want to feel yesterday, those kind of things.
So meditation has the potential for rewiring the brain for a person who is traumatized or even not traumatized. But at this level of anxiety, small t trauma, if there's some anxiety, restless, you do want to enter what's called the relaxation response, because the person who's traumatized, they have the amygdala. It's the size of an almond in the back of their head. It's responsible for the fight, flight, freeze response to trauma. And a person who has experienced trauma, that amygdala kind of goes off more often than not for people who aren't traumatized. Because of that amygdala, and I work with a lot of clients that have trauma and anxiety issues, we do a lot of, we're trying to do the relaxation component. It's a physiological shift in your body where the amygdala quiets down and a person can be present in their body fully. The issue is the amygdala. That's why you don't want to be in your body. People who have trauma and anxiety don't want to be present in their body, perhaps because that doesn't feel good. They're tired of that fight, flight, freeze response. But meditation offers the opportunity to go into the relaxation response. It's a physiological shift. The heart rate slows down, breathing rate slows down, bodily tension decreases, the blood pressure goes down, the amygdala quiets down. Finally, and a person can experience inner peace or some level of it. So even if you have trauma or anxiety, this certainly can be a tool that can help you. But for that restlessness, you really want to focus on, and I'll be talking about it tomorrow, relaxation and tranquility. How to develop relaxation in your meditation practice.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
David.
Yeah, thank you both. And Stephen, thank you for both your questions, brother.
Yeah, thanks,
Um,
Stephen.
Yeah, wow. Just clarified some things for me, again, object outside versus within, and then going within. I guess, yeah, wow. Just really powerful teaching, guys. Just because I hadn't heard from teachers about the particularity of my own meditation experience and feeling into it, and then trusting. I mean, again, essentially trusting what's unfolding, the process, letting go of the anchor. I have a lot of problems trusting. I want to go back to the meditation object, what I'm doing, if it's working, why let it go? So I cling and hold. So thank you. Just want to ask, so when I was meditating, and I've done this with Dawn, first meditation technique I did in my 20s. I find that trying to visualize the object, I can do body scans, I can do uh, four elements, but this particular object, this, I don't know, glowing orb, whatever it is, I lose it. And then, the work is coming back. I extend a lot of effort to come back. Right effort. I'm trying to better understand because I do struggle. But I say that with humility because what I learned today, even over the 2 hours, I mean, I had to do some walking meditation. I had to lie down. I was still visualizing my center, coming back to center, giving myself some grace. But I found that, wow, my meditation. So my question is, because my meditation, um, I I don't know, learned a lot about my mind, the way my mind works, coming back to the object, losing it. But I was able to, I guess, trust a little bit more in the meditation process. Uh, so my question is, and maybe it goes to my broader question about at the end that I'm trying to accomplish in my practice, if there is an end, which is to say, uh, it's a process. So for me, just learning about my mind and what it attaches to, and then how it lets go when I come back to the object, and then contracting again and having to relax and rest. I mean, just seeing that and experiencing it in micro moments. And I guess my question is I want to believe that a switch will go off and whatever. No more. And I'm not naive. I mean, I clearly understand that I will suffer. There is dukkha, and maybe that's part of my uh, I don't know, karma, to just begin to let that go as a larger project or goal. And I don't really pursue it because I don't believe, actually. Maybe I lack confidence in this process. But my question is am I on the right track? Is anything that I'm saying making sense in terms of what I'm doing, how I'm doing it? I mean, there's a lot that I said impressionistically, and I'm grateful, really grateful for this. It's more than what I had imagined or hoped for.
Yeah.
So is there a question there? I mean, does it make sense what I'm?
Yeah, there are two primary questions that I heard here. The first I want to address the part you mentioned about the difficulty of of using a visualized object like compared to body scanning. It's really as simple as this. Don't think of a sun right now. I don't want you to see a sun in your mind's eye. Stop it. Don't see a sun. There is not a sun in your mind's eye. So that like flash of the sun that comes up when you heard me say that, that's it. Like you're just continuing to notice that. So the sun that's not there is not persistent right now in your mind's eye. It's not continuing. Stop making it be there. Okay. So like I say those words and it's like it's a reversal, and you find that it's like, oh, okay, I can't, I actually, it's there as long as Ryan's saying the word, sun or whatever. So it's that simple in the sense that that immediate turn on of the mental image in your mind's eye is what you're going for. So the part where there's some intention applied is just the continuity of gazing at that image, beholding that image. That's really the practice. And the reason it may be more difficult than body scanning is because body scanning is very coarse. It's very in your face. The sensations of your body are very apparent, but mental images are more subtle. So that's why there could be some difficulty. But if this worked, you could just remind yourself, like, I don't want to think of a sun right now. And maybe that will help you. So, and then the second part about whether you're on the right track or not, or is a switch gonna go off, or is a flip gonna go off at some point. And this is for you as much as it is for everyone else here. The switch is already off. It's already off. but we're living at the surface, still the surface level of the nature of our being. We're still at the surface, but below, like in the depths of the waters, the switch is already off. If that wasn't the case, then it wouldn't be possible for these states to emerge. It wouldn't be possible for these insight knowledges and visions to emerge. And especially with the Dhammakaya model, I mean, it's literally stated that your physical body is the outer layer of many bodies. And the layers of you that are enlightened are what we call Dhammakaya. So at the level of Dhammakaya, the switch is off. So at the level of your true essence, the switch is off. It's just that we're still at the surface, and we perceive things and judge things from the level of the surface. And meditation is just deepening into what we are. Don, you have?
That's a great explanation, Ryan. I really like that. It's opening up and accepting of what is. It's almost like a paradox, right? Like it's not a doing. I think maybe with Dave's mind, the way you described it, Dave, I would suggest that you do more of a non-doing. Our Western mind, with our degrees and our striving, and it's culturally conditioned for a lot of us, if not most of us, even in the East. But I think what I'm hearing is this striving and doing, and maybe wanting to get it right, and looking and analyzing in a way. Just like I think you want to step more into a non-doing to try to drop, if you will, into that
Right.
way of Dhammakaya mind that's already there. You want to like drop into that. It's there, right? Because Ryan said you're like on the surface.
Yeah, it's interesting because I just came out of a plant medicine ceremony last weekend, and what you both were describing, and the way, everyone kept asking, where's the visions, and the way that they understand visions is totally different than we understand in the West. It's not visible, it's not with the eyes. And that's a good correction, because I think I get lost in this sort of Western metaphysics that's visual, that when I visualize the sphere, I have to see it. So I'm straining to see this in my mind's eye, and rather than dropping it and just, again, coming out of focus. And vision is not with these two eyes. I mean, it is with the third eye, as it just sort of manifests, like Stephen was talking about. It just sort of, you feel into it. So that that really helps. I mean, the non-doing, yeah, that always resonates with me. But I always think that I'm doing something wrong. That's the neurotic part of me that wants to, again, again, growing up with a mother who, I have to be fixed. I'm in therapy 24/7. Yeah, so that Western mind that there's something wrong. And again, even, uh, Nibbana, it's a state that I'm clearly not in. And therefore, again, I'm doing something wrong and I need to tighten my practice, meditate more, whatever, take more plant medicine to be able to, clean the mirror. But yeah, so
It's doubt.
yeah, totally. Like I said earlier, I trust.
It's the fifth hindrance, and the panacea to doubt is what Don and I will talk about in the last part of tomorrow's class, which is equanimity. So the reason there's doubt is because there's attachment to an outcome.
Right.
Right. If you have total the one of the definitions of equanimity is the absence of attachment to an outcome. So, and of course we're going to have attachments. We have reasons for doing the things that we're doing spiritually and in every other area of our lives. But that's what this whole process of awakening and practice is inviting us to. Can we actually let go of our expectations? Can we actually let go of clinging? And it comes back to, well, I've been trying to let go, but I can't. And so the answer to letting go, even though we haven't been able to up to this point, is increasing the 7 factors, decreasing the 5 hindrances, seeing things as they are. That is more possible because of their maturation. And when you see that the outcome is suffering, whatever the outcome is, that the outcome is still subject, it's still compounded phenomena, it's still suffering, it's still going to be impermanent, no matter how lofty the amount of equanimity or how profound a given state is, and there'll still be no self, unless it's nirvana, right? But short of that, it will be something subject to change. So knowing that that's the case, that whatever we attain or whatever we learn is still compounded phenomena, it's still impermanent. Your mind can begin to let go of that, and by the letting go and by the equanimity, that just like, I'm just so tired, I don't care anymore. That's when you've had enough, that's when the mind ends, the conceptual mind, the thinking mind. Bob?
Hi, thank you very much for this. I have a basically my question is that I've done quite a bit of meditation when I was younger, and most of the meditations that I did, well, actually all of the meditations that I did, I focused on the forehead, like the and it's really difficult for to go down to the center as you say. It seems like just when I sit, that's where I go. I was wondering if that's okay, or if I should just put more effort into. I can get down there, but it always comes back up to the forehead.
Don will have a really good answer to this as well, but I'll present mine first, which is do what's natural. So
okay.
Yeah, if like bringing your attention to the abdomen is causing discomfort because you're used to being up here, you don't need to force it down there, because that will just make all your sits difficult. Because of memory and habit, your attention is used to being up here. So what what you can do And this was an advice, or I remember the vice abbot of the temple talking about this. He said that for many years he put his meditation here. So
Hmm.
because he was using a lot of effort in this area and here in his forehead chakra, that for him at least, it took some time for that to occur. But it's because when you practice a certain way with another method, there may be attachment to that. If there's no attachment, then a lot easier. But
Yeah.
if
Yeah.
there's some holding on, then it's tougher. So what I would do in your case is just rest in a way that's comfortable, and occasionally uh, you can hear the mantra coming from your stomach, and gradually
Okay.
that will allow it to sink
Yeah.
down. But it's also not something you need to expect or you need to make happen, because the stillness and the sabai is really the point.
Right.
What do you think, Don?
Yeah.
I think that's a great explanation. You want to be comfortable where you're developing your samadhi. And if it's here, then you can focus here to cultivate the 7 factors of enlightenment there. And I'm thinking of somebody in particular that I taught like a while ago. They had the same meditation at the third eye and felt like tingling sensations there. And it wasn't until they developed the 7 factors of enlightenment and a good deal of tranquility and mental unification and samadhi. And then they knew the rest of us were doing, at the center, it just naturally, like effortlessly, like, and that was the power of the 7 factors of enlightenment, that once they developed their tranquility and those factors, then they could move their mind around at will. But you really want to develop it where you are most comfortable, because by forcing it at the center, that's a hindrance, and you don't want to do that. It's going to take longer.
Okay, thanks. When I was able to relax into it, my whole body sort of lit up a bit, but if I tried to push it, it didn't seem to work. Okay, thank you. That's a great answer.
Another point I'll add to this notion of sinking into the center, this subject of sinking into the center. There's often common phenomena that occur in other meditation practices that, in the opinion of people in our tradition, we feel that it's actually like connected to the center of the body. Some people describe falling, like literally falling into their stomach, or falling into some inner space, and that's often described as a sign that the mind has gotten still, or is getting close to deep stillness in our tradition. Don, what's the word for that thing?
Well, I've heard it described as a gravitational pull downward that the meditator's not doing. And then in Thai, it's called dokjai, which means dok means falling and jai means mind. Your mind falls in a gravitational pull naturally. It's not something you're doing, wasn't even something you were planning on doing. And this is described as a meditative state that's considered a good samadhi, and it can happen to some meditators. Doesn't have to happen, but it could.
Amit, you have a question?
Yeah, so my question is in continuation with what Bob is saying. So exactly what happened with me a couple of weeks ago is that my concentration used to be near my head, and it dropped to hara, possibly because of my Zen background. It's like now the focus is going into the hara, and with this meditation, I'm visualizing a crystal ball in the hara. The solar plexus doesn't feel natural to me. Hara feels more natural. In the first few days when this happened, there was a lot of uneasiness in the stomach. Had stomach upsets. There was a lot of emotions there that got released, as if body was resisting going there before because of the trauma, and then recently it became natural to stay there. So I'm assuming that's a good sign. Also, to this morning, what happened is that as I was visualizing crystal ball in the hara, a crystal ball emerged in the solar plexus as well as heart. So I'm like now visualizing three crystal balls, one on top of each other. So I'm imagining that's okay as well.
That is what came up to you in your meditation experience. So there's nothing wrong with that. We're not saying something's wrong. There's no right or wrong. There's no wrong. It's just a part of what unfolded and is a part of your experience. Now, if you have three crystal balls, you might decide where you can rest your mind comfortably with one of them. Again, we're going back toward a more refined state of mind, which is the one-pointedness. That's okay. You can be aware of the three of them, but now you want to gather and collect your attention once again where you feel most comfortable doing so, so you can continue cultivating the 7 factors. And you can figure out, which one that is for you. If it's at the center, then that's not comfortable for some reason, then you don't have to go there.
Yeah,
Okay.
the visions will the inner signs change, generally speaking. So at the outset, you start with a completely constructed object. So a crystal sphere, or if you're using the sun, for example, in many cases, and at least in my practice, I had to do it as if I was remembering the sun, because to create something was just driving me crazy.
Yeah.
I couldn't create something. It was too much stress. So how I circumvented that was by going the memory route, remembering the sun or remembering the moon. And it progresses from either a memory or a constructed object to actually an unconstructed internal phenomena or a nimitta. And from
Which
there,
is going to be more like a felt sense rather than an object, visual object.
it depends, because, for example, there was a description earlier of just the felt sense of being in the core, but there's also actual, like a nimitta is a non-constructed mental object, meaning it's not something that you're making remain there, but it is remaining so persistently, and it can change. So
Okay.
whatever comes up, um, the most important advice is to be an observer in this process, really to be a witness and to be witnessing. And it's that witnessing and taking the back seat, being able to just watch what's happening, that allows the enlightenment factors and the jhana factors to mature. Yeah, because of course, when different stuff comes up, you're like, what's going on? Like, is it supposed to be one object? If it's not one crystal ball, is it three? Is it 12?
Yeah.
So, but the point is whatever is happening in the meditation, you're just watching. Yeah, and the purity arises from the watching. The main demarcation here is you're moving. Initially, we have to start with intending. Initially, we have to start with a constructed object, and then the constructed object and the intending falls away, and we're able to just be in the center and have this really this inner dimension in a way unfold, this center of the body. The visions could be or the nimittas, the images could be different depending on the person, but the point is to just be observing. And if you ever have the sense that, like, you're kind of confused or you're not sure what to do, you can just say the mantra 3 times and then relax again. And I think that's one of the best things to do. The mantra Sama Araham is a name for Buddha. It's a name for the enlightened nature. So it's a way to, in a way, stabilize, reset, just watch again.
Yeah, cool. Okay. Thank you so much.
Any other questions? And even if there is more questions, remember, for the rest of the day, meditate. continue with your object. Don't scroll on Instagram tonight. Don't scroll on TikTok. If you have to check an email, make it fast, and just come back to being in this witnessing, being in this observing. It's not often that you set aside 2 days to meditate. So don't waste it. Like you already showed up, you're already through day one. Make the best of the rest of today, and that will prep you for tomorrow. When you wake up tomorrow, first thing, come to the center of your body, or see the meditation object, and then continue whatever it is you do in the morning until we begin. You get up out of bed from the center or with the object. See the object as like I was gonna use this example for some, like, there's this device that was around when I was a kid. It was called Tamagotchi. It was like this little, I don't know, it's like a little Pokemon you have in your pocket or something, and you just keep it with you everywhere you go, and you see if it's like hungry or what its different metrics are. Is it agitated or something? So see your mind in the center of the body, the meditation object as well, like that. This is the friend you're keeping with you for the next whatever
24.
36 hours. Yeah, this is the friend you're focusing on. So the moment when you open your eyes, you're at the center. When you roll out of bed, you're at the center. When you put on your slippers and walk into the bathroom, you're at the center. You open the shower curtain, you're at the center. You put your hand on the shower knob, you're at the center. You're brushing your teeth, you're at the center. I know this sounds like there's no way I'm going to be able to do that. That's crazy. But just try. If you need to slow down, slow down. Like if your usual pace is 10, go down to a 3 or a 4. It's going to feel weird, but you'll find that it makes your mindfulness stronger. I mean, you're on a retreat, just slow down. You don't need to eat as fast. You don't need to think as fast. You don't need to talk as fast. It'll help. Any other thoughts, Don?
You also don't need to eat as much. You don't need to talk as much, and you don't need to sleep as much as these factors are developing. However, if they aren't that developed and you are tired, then please take the time to sleep. But as you are developing these factors, talking less, sleeping less, eating less is the way to go.
All right, everybody. So this is the conclusion of our first day. Please continue in your practice for the rest of the evening, and we will see all of you tomorrow. If there are any questions that we weren't able to get to here, or you feel that you really need answered, just email me or message me on WhatsApp or Discord, and I'll get right back to you. And if it's something that would be pertinent, for other people, it's something we can go over tomorrow as well. So, all right, well done, everybody. Have a great evening, and see
See y'all tomorrow. Thanks,
night.
guys.
See you all
Thanks, Don and
tomorrow.
Ryan. Thank everyone for your practice.
Thanks, David.
Thank you.